Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, okay. Testing, testing, testing. I'm trying to find the keyframe rating setting. This is probably getting dizzying to anybody watching. What I'm using a double layered setup here. Adobe Media Flash Media Live Encoder 3.2 on top of Manycam, MANYCAM. It's basically, it turns the desktop into a virtual camcorder camera. For some reason, Adobe Flash Media Live Encoder does not have a feature to let it broadcast desktop. So you have to make an artificial, you turn it into use Manycam to make it into a desktop. That crunching noise is veggie straws. Zesty Ranch. Oh, I don't know how well this is going to work. We're about to find out. It's going to be very difficult to chat, but please. If you're out there, say something. Well, you can hear me wheeze on this thing. And I still hate the sound of my voice. Seriously. It's terrible. I hate the sound of my voice. I've always hated the sound of my voice when I'm recording. Probably because when I was little, I used to hear, my dad used to have these, old school reel-to-reel tape recorders, and just for fun, he'd record our voices as we were babies, and he, as kids, and he'd play it back for us. And I learned to hate how my voice sounded. Thank you for saying so, T-Way. But I guess nobody really likes the sound of their own voice. There is a chat on the YouTube channel if you want to chat in there. Of course, I can't look at it. I tested this out earlier. I was going to just running through it. I am sick of Livestream because I don't know what it is with Livestream. They're supposed to be the name in live streaming, but their service is terrible, and their setup is terrible, and everybody keeps getting dropped, and it drove me nuts. And nobody's there. Everybody's at YouTube. They've got an entire community of people who make little 5-second video clips on YouTube called Vines. They're hysterical to watch. Some of them are brilliant. You gotta be brilliant to make a funny 5-second clip. And literally, that's all you get, 5 seconds. And these people, they will cram an entire story in 5 seconds, and it's some of it is absolutely hysterical, absolutely brilliant. Some of it's just spotty. Some of it's just gross. People being people. But the best, if you look for the best of Vines on YouTube, of course, did like a 15-minute video of little something like 5-second clips, just one after the other, and your ribs will be hurting by the time you're done. And okay, but anyway, I wanted to get on YouTube because YouTube's where it's at, man. And so here I am. And let's see here. For some reason, okay, I just want to take a second. I just want to try something here. Yeah, I got a lot of free games on this Origin game thing. I paid for Spore, and everything else is free. I got the Spore, and I got the Spore little expansion pack ages ago, and all the rest of these are free. Battlefield. I've never played Battlefield 3. I've just got it on the computer. It's free. Take it. Battlefield 3, Bejeweled, Peggle, Plants vs. Zombies, Wing Commander 3. Still haven't played that one either. I beat Plants vs. Zombies. I'm special. I've never played Bejeweled, but let's play it. I just want to try it. Just want to see what it's like. It's supposed to be like the crack game, is... Whoa, loud! Are you sure you're loud enough? There we go. Shrink it down a little bit. The audience is now deaf. Let's turn that volume down just a little bit, honey. Good Lord. Play. Okay. It's basically Candy Crush. I'm all Twitter. Oh, well, zippity freaking doodah. This is probably a lot faster with a touch screen. Can you feel the drama? The sparkly, sparkly drama. Oh, I'm so impressed with myself. Nope, can't do it. Candy Crush, they've started calling it Candy Crush Saga. Okay, stop. Stop there. Candy Crush, it's a casual game. It's not a saga. A saga is like the Odyssey or the Iliad or the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Aw, I wanted to see what a star gem and a flame gem. Whoa, they're not sparing. They're not sparing the juice, are they? Oh well, that doesn't work apparently in Bejeweled. In Candy Crush, you can cross those two over, and make them go boom. Not today, Guinevere. Either it's strictly color matching, color and shape matching rather. How exciting! Look at it! Look at all this crazy detail for a simple little game like this. You can see this giant statue, and you see the little birdies flying around it in the background, and holy crap. There doesn't seem to be any time limit or anything like that. Whoa! Sweet merciful crap. Well, now we know what that does. Oh, this. I can see why this can become so. All the eye candy of it. This is a lot better looking than Candy Crush. It's shiny. Oh, there we go. There doesn't seem to be any move limits or anything else. It's just straight up keep doing it, until you get what you want. I don't know. Dum diddly dum diddly dum diddly dum. Pretty music. I didn't get voices like that as a kid when it got in, like. Normally you expect an epic kill with that kind of voice. Complete fatality. Yes. Well, this is, yeah. This could be rapidly addicting. It's entertaining without being annoying. If I had this on my cell phone, you'd never get my face out of the phone. Oh, jeez, look at this. Just too much. I remember hearing about the guy who invented Flappy Birds. I mean, that thing had to have caused heart attacks. You know? I mean, people were raging at that thing, but they wouldn't stop playing. And the guy made several $1 million. I mean, he made millions off this stupid little download. And then he stopped, because people were freaking out at him. Okay, part of me is going, okay, I can understand that. Man, if this thing had come out in the arcades back in the 80s, oh, holy crap. How many of you remember Tempest? Now, Tempest, that was a fun game. It was just, your little ship orbiting around the top of this line graph cone and shooting down at things falling from above, rising up from beneath, and that was mesmerizing. I loved to play that thing whenever I get it. Whenever my parents would break loose with a quarter, and man, this would have blown it away. The first guy who put this thing in their arcade would have been a millionaire at the end of the week. They would have had to put a bin on the side to hold all the quarters. Like country western song, "Welcome to the Future." It opens up. He's singing about I love that song. "Welcome to the Future." It's a country western song. Look it up. I don't know if I can play it without violating on YouTube, but it starts out he's singing how when he was a little kid he thought how great it would be if he had his own arcade at home, his own video game, and now he's got it on his cell phone with him wherever he goes. Welcome to the future, and he talks about all the incredible changes that have come, and the optimism of it is just so, inspirational. I haven't listened to that song in a while. I haven't thought of it in ages. I'd love to play it again. I mean, just the optimism and the positiveness of it. It literally brings me to tears. I need more of that, like a vitamin supplement. There doesn't seem to be any penalty, for, no limited number of moves, no, no time limit. I don't think they just, I guess, for this they decided they don't need it. This is fun. Okay, I'll finish this level. I'll finish one more level! One more level! And then we'll go back to war. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to have to sort of rack up comments and then hop over to until I get screen set up. I'm going to have to, sort of rack up comments in the comments, in the chat room, and then hop over and read them. So, we'll get right back to you. Yeah. I guess the idea is to get the fewest moves. Well, obviously, but it's so shiny. See a raccoon at the front page of the. Give me the screen, It's like James Earl Jones. It's like James Earl Jones and that guy who did movie trailer voices, got cloned or something. Nifty. Okay, it's time to quit. It's time to okay, main menu. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, let's call it a quit. Yes, you want to quit? Yes. Man, if I had a voice like that, women would go sterile just talking to me. Well, hello, how are you doing? Pleased to meet you too, ma'am. I want to have your children, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I didn't notice that. The bar sort of goes down. You got to try and fill it. Ah, I bet that's what it is. You probably have to work harder and harder to keep the bar filled up. That's probably it. Okay. Most of y'all came here for the artwork. Okay, I'm going to close out my IRC. Trying to save bandwidth here. I've got cable, but cable internet, but I don't want to push my luck. Crunchy. Okay, let's see here. Did this for the show earlier. Pointing out some programs I downloaded. I wanted to get a modeling program. There's something simple, so that I can make little models of the ships and the buildings and various other things that appear in Quint Space Ranger. That way I don't have to keep going back and trying to draw them. If I want, the basic outline so that I can move them around, use them, and get them in different poses, camera angles, that sort of thing. That way I can get the right camera angle, do a screen capture, and use it as a trace. Try and save myself a lifetime of time. Well, and really though, the easiest shortcut for me, it turns out really that a couple of programs I found that are free were CB Model Pro, SketchUp, and but they're not very simple. They're not made for people, for regular people. They're made for people who are really hardcore about it, and I'm not. I just want a tool, a usable tool. A hammer's no good if it has 3 handles. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see here. But okay, let me play this here. Just a moment here. Now, Spores I haven't played it in a long while. It's kind of fun, but at the end game where you're a spacefaring civilization, it sort of bogs down for a guy like me. I don't I don't enjoy juggling 10,000 things at once. I'm trying to fly my little ship around the universe and do stuff, and I've got to keep going back and back checking on all my little colonies, just to make sure everything's okay. It's like trying to play the xylophone on a 5,000 mile long xylophone. You're running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now the creation tools are what I'm talking about. Now, look here. Spaceship creator. It's got a spaceship creator, vehicles for land, sea, and air. Everything I want to make. A vehicle, boats, cars, buildings, even creature creator. This is the major achievement of this game. This is the major achievement of this game, is its creator programs. I would buy these all by themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? In fact, I wish I could. I wish they would sell them as a separate package with a couple of extra added features, like cut and paste, so you could copying, just that kind of thing. I'm fiddling around there. Okay, create spaceships. Let's see here. Let's see if I'll pull up my spaceship Sporepedia. Okay, you can see some of the ships I've designed here. I've done 2 or 3 different versions of the Thunderwing. But see, here we go. Check that out. Is that not sweet? Now, if I could figure out how to get that ring to disappear, I would just use this as my reference model. I would just I would get it in the angle and the pose I want, the camera angle I want. Screen capture it, and then transfer it over to the page I'm working on for the comic strip. It would make my life about 1,000,000 times easier. But this is strictly for the game, and you can't do that. You can't do that. Oh God, I wish I knew what. But you see all these shapes, all these forms. You can build just about anything in here. And is this not cool? But let's see if I could figure out already shared, save, new creation, save and exit, cancel. Complexity meter. It's this is you can only make the ship so complex before the thing gets overloaded. Options. Resume editing. Still, I may go ahead and use this anyway. If I could just figure out how to get rid of that darn ring. Anyway. Okay, there's the Thunderwing. Let's let's design Quentin's airship. How does that sound? Strange. I don't know why this would be. Well, the spaceship is all one form. They got three different. Your civilization can be either religiously motivated, economically motivated, or military motivated. We'll talk about that later, but mine are always economic. I'm a very big advocate of personal liberty. I don't think any civilization that's built on conquest should even exist, much less be promoted. But let's see here. The three, look, and here's the platform again. You can't get rid of the platform. I hate the platform. Let's see if we can design Quentin's boat. Let's see here. There we go. For starters. No. Wait. It would be. Here we go. Yeah. Already off to a pretty good start. Bubble Rider. All sorts of nifty little things. This is very easy for, it's a very simple design, really. It's a little, it's a little twitchy. You have to be careful there. This one might be better. Getting that three-lobed look that the ship in the comic has is kind of tricky. Getting the little cabin would be the hard part. Do I have moderator powers? Let's find out. Yep, I have moderator powers, but I do not know what authority I have. Let me see here. I'm a moderator, but I don't know whatever authority I have. I do. Okay. Well, anyway, back to this. This would be kind of tricky trying to get it just right, you know. I'm not gonna be able to do an exact. Let's see. Well, the problem is that some of the parts I would use would be in the boat section of this thing, and I can't get to them from here. Not like this. No. For instance, I can't put the sales on there. Still, make some interesting devices. Huh? You know, a little large for that. Still, tray nifty. Well, as you can see, this is a kind of 3D modeling for what I want to do. You know, theme of interest for the. I've always wondered whether I always wondered if those things would work. You know, those funky Leonardo da Vinci propellers. Really, would they? Need an engineer to tell us. Anyway, I don't, I have a tendency to attribute an immense excess of common sense, as it were, to the recordings. That they, then you basically want to make them better than the average. Despite all the reckless and over-the-top stuff that I have them do, it's in my perception of what constitutes common sense. If you can understand what I'm saying. There we go. They're ruthlessly pragmatic in many regards. That's how I perceive them, as being more pragmatic and more common sense than most people are, and most societies are, rather. That's the reason that they didn't screw around with the Kverk. The instant the Kverk showed themselves to be a threat, they stamped down and stamped down hard. When a danger presents itself, they do not screw around. When a system is proven to be a disastrous failure, they drop. You know, and not to be cruel or anything, but humanity seems to be the exact opposite way. We will cling desperately to things that would kill us. That will kill us. Ways of doing things that have proven to be abysmal failures. As individuals, but especially as a society, as a race, as a civilization. And it is one of the things that breaks my heart about humanity. You know, I know that we're a fallen species, and we are going to be, and consequently, we are going to be beset by sin. But it's incredibly depressing. We are also beset by suicidal stupidity. I mean, look at it this way. C.S. Lewis once phrased it would be better to fall into the hands of a true villain than to fall into the hands of somebody who, a villain with a noble agenda. Because a wicked man, the cruelest and greediest robber baron, sooner or later just has to stop persecuting you, if for no better reason than he's just tired. You know, at some point, his cruelty will be sated. His greed will take a nap. But a person who persecutes you in the name of a noble cause will persecute you without end, because their own consciousness, their own conscience, rewards them for it. It's not exactly how he phrased it, but that's the general gist of it. It's better to fall into the hands of a hateful villain than one with a noble cause under his belt. Anyway. No, stop this now. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Anyway, let's get back to drawing, because that's what you showed up here for. Also, I need to get some pages out for Daniel Meyer, the old Vic comic. The reason the Raconas do everything to excess is because, well, how many problems? I've read and learned enough history to know that nearly all the problems we've suffered over the past, over the past 2 or 3 centuries at the very least, is because everybody does things half-assed. So, when America first started out, the Founding Fathers wanted to abolish slavery. But they convinced themselves that they would never get the southern colonies on board if they did. The slave-owning colonies. There wasn't such a north-south division back then. And so they let it slide and, just kick the can down the road. And the result was the Civil War. If they had stood their ground and insisted all or nothing, they might have had a harder struggle at the beginning to get the revolution going. But how many problems would it have solved ahead of time? World War II was because we did World War I half-assed. We didn't wrap things up properly. The rise of the Soviet Union was because at the end of World War II, Churchill and several others wanted to prosecute the war until the Soviet Union had been taken out of the picture. People forget the Soviet Union may have been an ally at the end of the war. They were an enemy at the beginning. They were backstabbers, and everybody knew it. And they were no better than the Nazis were. They were just not as flamboyant about the mass slaughters or the conquest agenda they had. And the fact they changed sides in the middle of it shouldn't have mattered one whit. But Churchill, at the very least, wanted to push, and he wanted to run that war until Russia was pushed back out of Europe entirely. But they didn't. And thus we had the Cold War. And thus we had Vietnam and Korea. The Chinese government got run out of China by the communists, and that's how we ended up with this nation of Taiwan. We support Taiwan, but we do it half-assed. Everything we've done has been half-assed. The only thing, the most solid victory we had in the past 100 years is Japan, because we went in and let them know that the wrath of God was going to come down on them. We beat them utterly. If you go to war with somebody, if you go to war with another nation, it is more merciful to utterly conquer them than to do it half-assed, than to hold back your hand. If their government was vicious and dangerous enough to try and wage war on you, they're vicious and dangerous enough to deserve to be taken down like a mad dog. We didn't want to do that. The Iraq War, we left early because the milksops in the mainstream and in the Liberal Party didn't want to stick it out. And now here we are again. Iraq has been overrun by Muslims, by Muslim terrorists, which is almost becoming a redundancy to say. Korean War. What happened? Korean War. We were stalled out at the center of the country. What do we got now? We got South Korea, which is a free and prosperous country, but North Korea is a hellhole. And it's run by a lunatic who is constantly threatening to nuke us. And we haven't got anybody with the knobs to go in there and take him out. All the suffering in the world because people know that America doesn't have the balls to back up its bark. Not anymore. They know we're a paper tiger. And look, this isn't the first time this has happened. Back during the Carter administration, we had the Iranian hostage crisis, which was an act of war. Iran should have been cratered. But Carter sat around diddling and dithering. And Iran didn't give up the hostages until shortly after Reagan was elected. The day of his inauguration, we got word that the Iranian hostages had been released. Carter was a puss, and they knew it. And as long as he was in charge, America was a puss. They knew that Reagan had a little more beef on his bones. It is no use having the largest military. You can have the largest military in the world. You can have a military bigger than the rest of the world combined. And it means nothing if they know you won't use it. This is why in the Questroverse, the Braconans are the exact opposite way. They may not be the most powerful force out in the galactic arm, but they will happily bring everything they have in their power to bear against you if you raise your hand against them. And they don't wait for you to strike twice. And they're, being like that is a sure way to have a lot of people who don't like you. In case you missed it, the people that don't like you were the ones who were trying to kill you earlier. So their opinion shouldn't matter anyway. There are two people who are not going to like you for exercising your full strength. People who were going to try and hurt you, who resent the fact that you made it difficult for them. And people who haven't got the sense that God gave a goose, who can't defend themselves, and who are dependent upon you to protect them in the first place. Pacifists are really cowards. They think that pacifists are people who think that if they never give offense, that harm will never come to them. They have not learned that no, you can't make friends with everybody. There are things out there, there are people out there who are just profoundly evil. And they will not hesitate to attack the kind, the gentle, the innocent. Now, the running theme of Tales of Space Ranger is that this is what happens when you apply common sense to most of these science fiction utopias that people come up with. They have they have a history of, they're very libertarian and they're very libertarian because they know what it's like. They have they have an ancient history of being the slaves of others and being the subjects of would-be kings. They have a conservative attitude because they have learned that it works. They have strong faith because they believe it is true. And they do not hesitate to step up. There are, they haven't been shown yet, but I guarantee you that there are a lot of civilizations out there in the galactic arm that consider them, well, a-holes. But even if they say it to their faces, nobody pulls a gun on them. Let's see. I've got to pull up the information. the thing is, science fiction. Science fiction is about projecting about what the future might be like, what it could be like. And consequently, it has a lot of utopian and wishful thinking involved in it. No, this is what we wish the world could be like. Or in some cases, what we fear it may become. But still, underlying it, there's a great deal of rule of cool and wishful thinking running even the dystopia visions of the future. Everybody loves the post-apocalyptic stories because, first of all, they fantasize themselves as being the lone, tough, hardcore survivor, and they think that after everybody's dead, they'll have all their goodies left over to take for themselves. That's why zombie apocalypses are so great, according to some, because they imagine themselves living in an abandoned mansion and being the last viable male for every female 100 miles around, and not having to go into work 7 days a week to make it happen. Let's see here. Commissions. Old Vic, here we go. Okay. This is going to do a lot of tracing. I got to reproduce that stairwell. Just a second. File. Open. This is how we cheat. Okay, view. Grid. Close it a little. People are saying that the Empire of the Seven Systems is very Gary Stu. Mary Sue, Topia, whatever you want to call it, God mode, whatever. They're not. They're really not. There are dozens of sci-fi, franchises. Now, a good definition, the best definition I ever heard of what a Mary Sue is, it's a character who is so perfect that they face no challenges, no real challenges in the narrative. Arguably, the Empire of the Seven Systems has had things fairly easy. They win fairly easily. To some extent. But the thing of it is, they win. And overwhelmingly so. I'm really not sure how to answer that, though. Because the contention is this. This is every conflict has been between a science fiction franchise, essentially, one science fiction franchise versus another science fiction franchise. Except the other science fiction franchise is armed with common sense. Quentin has turned out to be right over and over and over again. Yes, I see that. But I really don't see any other way for it to turn out. This is a man arguing. This is two men going up. One saying 2 + 2 = 3, and another saying 2 + 2 = 4. Who's going to win? And it's going to be a ruinous defeat. In the contest between good and evil, good starts out on the winning side. Most people don't want to admit that. We are all fallen creatures and very difficult to live with, and we all have a fallen nature, and we tend to, if we even those of us who do not love darkness rather than light, tend to want to root for the darkness. And we are immensely disappointed when it turns out that in a battle between right versus wrong, good versus evil, wise versus foolish, that if the right, the good, the wise are given free rein, it is going to be a curb stomp. We have a very weak and watery notion of what good is. Good is frickin' frightening. Okay? Absolutely terrifying. As one people, one of the things, as we're talking about, just to skip over to the side here, the idea of the paladin in role-playing games has been nerfed all to hell and back. Here's something you have to understand. The idea of the paladin wasn't to be about lawful stupid. Okay? This is how people portray the paladin in most stories and most writing. And this is how they're played by most role-playing gamers, as lawful stupid. That they're uptight, and they're foolish, and they won't. They let evil literally have every advantage, and they'll be adamant sticklers for the rules, even when the rules are a really stupid idea. The general idea. You get the general idea, but people don't understand, and that they'll be. Uh, well, here's an example. They had in that whenever they have this one, good side evil side divide. You've seen that, like where Kirk steps into the transporter and gets divided into his good and evil halves, or well, any story where they do that. Any story where they do that. The good side is always weak and watery and passive and ineffective, and the evil side walks all over them, just curb stomps them in a hand-to-hand fight. Uh, these people have forgotten the phrase "wrath of God." Okay, Yoda was an asshat. When you are at peace, calm, passive, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hatred leads to little green-eyed Muppets, little green-faced Muppets barking platitudes at you. Oh, shut up. People have this perception of good as being ineffective, weak, helpless. Nothing could be further from the truth. As one writer put it about paladins. No, I am a paladin. I am not lawful stupid. I am not uh, obligated to be goody goody two shoes and let you slip the noose. Uh, because dealing with you as you have dealt with others would be mean. No, I am what God sends. Besides that, a plague or a lightning bolt or an earthquake isn't subtle enough. There's a reason that one of the powers that the paladin has is smite evil. People don't get that anymore. They think of good as being, peaceful and passive, like Mahatma Gandhi. If they knew a little more about Mahatma Gandhi, they'd change their opinions a little bit. Not exactly the saintliest, as saintly as he is portrayed, to put it briefly. But Mahatma Gandhi was pro-gun rights, by the way. That's always a shocker. The nice, peaceful Dalai Lamas have said, to defend yourself is a virtue. To defend your own life is a virtue. Everybody has this lovely picture of Jesus in their minds, of him being, peaceful and passive and gentle, and he was. But he also went into the temple and flipped some tables. And moreover, the Bible says that when he comes back, he's not going to come back as a peaceful martyr. He's going to come back as a conqueror. Things are going to get very busy. He is going to, he's going to come back and he is going to stomp the armies of the world into the ground at Armageddon. Good is not nice. Not as the world defines nice. And it's certainly not weak. And it is absolutely positively anything but pacifist and passive. That's the problem with it, is that They expect Quentin to have this epic uphill struggle against people, against settings and French, against enemies that haven't got the brain God gave a turnip. Of course, it's going to be a curb stomp an awful lot of the time. Because they are behaving in a profoundly stupid fashion. Right from the right. I literally had to take Quentin out of his ship and leave him stranded on an alien planet, well, with no resources but what he had on his back. To add any sense of suspense. Because these pirates were actually stupid enough to be snatching ships at random out of space and basically trying to carjack them. In a stupid civilization where the people go around, where the people in the vehicles are going around unarmed, helpless, and defenseless, that's a great idea. Like it is here in the United States, where the average commuter isn't armed or prepared for a dangerous assault. And it's a great idea until the one day you pull over somebody from the NRA who has a gun on his hip. They have an entire section. Crime is, villainy is not intelligent. It consists of setting yourself against the entire world and expecting the world to roll over. And all it takes is just one person. Just one. With a little more gumption than the last. And the next thing you know, you're picking your teeth up off the floor. You hear about these raging idiots everywhere that they decide to rob a gun store of all places, or they go into a gun. It is outrageously stupid in retrospect, but I think my point I'm making here is that no, Quinn and the Empire of the Seven Systems are not Mary Sue, and Quinn is not a Mary Sue, and the Empire of Seven Systems is not a Mary Suetopia. Evil is just that stupid. This is largely satire. This is largely parody. And it comes down to this. How do you make it a challenging confrontation when the villain is a moron? When the antagonist is an idiot, by definition, you have to make him unnaturally competent just to keep the whole thing a challenge. No, it's not hosted on another site. The stream is on delay, and I'm having to hop back and forth from the YouTube channel with the chat and back to my desktop. This is what I'm saying. I'm planning on getting finding an old, try and get myself a cheap second screen, so that I can set up a dual screen setup. Duh. So that I can put all the monitoring stuff over on one thing and my workstation over on the other, and so that I can do this a little more easily. I could set up my laptop to be the second window, but that's it's kind of cumbersome, and it would eat up bandwidth big time. You'll hear my response about a minute, about 60 seconds. How many people we got here? Let's see. Oh, well, it looks like we got 2 people here. I'll be fair. I'll admit it. Like I was saying, Quinn has over the long stretch, he does not, as an individual character, he has his own challenges. But this is parody. This is about something that this is about well, what happens when you have a competent character face a moron? Unless the moron has a ridiculously high upper hand, it's not going to go well for the moron. And yes, I think that the Star Trek franchise was a bunch of morons. I think that the Warhammer civilization is a bunch of morons. I think, shoot, man, you can look and see it. I think that the civilization that was behind the cold equations was run by morons. This is why I am lampooning them in the first place. Luck and brute, yeah, morons tend to have luck on their sides. Luck and brute force. But even then, in this scenario, in this current arc, the reason that the Empire, the reason that the Warhammer worlds are such a threat, is because it's not because of their technological or tactical superiority. It's the fact that they have so much raw brute force to throw around. They're violent idiots. They've gotten away with what they've done because they attacked border worlds that were very, their first victims were border worlds with little or no infrastructure, or that weren't as nearly technologically developed. It doesn't take great genius to nuke a planet. When all you're going up against is a bunch of natives armed with stone spears, the British redcoat march in a single file method is perfectly fine. You run into a civilization that has figured out, oh, hey, we can hide behind rocks and trees and outcroppings and shoot at them from around corners. The strategy sort of falls apart. The Warhammer. I've looked at the Warhammer things and it's space opera at its worst. And it just sort of flies all over me how everybody thinks that these violent idiots are so cool. When a typical Marine could drop one of these overpowered Gary Stu armored Space Marines like a sack of dirt. You think I'm exaggerating? The Space Marine has all this fancy, flashy, all this fancy rule of cool hardware, but the average American Marine has, training in battlefield tactics that post-date Napoleon. They don't even look cool. They look like they were assembled out of a bunch of toilet paper tubes. With those ridiculous oversized shoulder things, the pauldrons. They shouldn't even be able to raise their arms up because of those things. They're a lumbering heap of junk. I'm sure there's probably a lot of fluff about how the equipment makes them super strong and they can run at 100 miles an hour or something like that. Half the giant robot manned robot designs are fixed so that the head is jutting forward and has no peripheral vision. That alone would get a military designer fired in the real world. They run out there, they have chainsaws for bayonets. I can't even begin to describe how bad an idea that is. Ever since Evil Dead came out, everybody, ooh, chainsaws to fight zombies. Congratulations to melee weapon that needs refueled. Big, tall things are towering and intimidating and scary looking, and that's the end of their advantage on the battlefield. They become an immense disadvantage for every other reason. They're top heavy. They're clumsy. The fact that they walk on legs means they have thousands of joints and servo motors that have to be maintained. And up above the horizon line, they have a perfect nickname among the infantry: missile magnets. Your giant walking robot is really impressive until it meets a cruise missile that probably cost a tenth as much to build, and which can blast it right out of its own feet. Can you imagine what would happen to one of those giant robots? Can you imagine what a disaster would be if one of the hip joints gave out on those skyscraper-sized robots? And it would. That was the confrontation between that battle fleet and those and that spray of fire from the G launcher. You know, the one called God's shotgun. On a an interstellar scale, the God shotgun is actually more of a pea shooter. It's a weapon that's designed. It has a range of only 5 to. I've said this before. It has a range of 5 to 10 light years, but the nearest star. To give you an example, the nearest star to us is 5 light years away. Anything beyond that, you know, projectiles, once they leave the wormhole rupture, are only traveling less than light speed. So it literally takes them years to reach anything if they are fired away. Not really. 10 light years is nothing. 10 light years is nothing. Look, something like 5 light years away. The next one after that is something like 30. The projectiles, after that, everybody talks about those projectiles will go on forever. No, they won't. At those speeds, and with that much energy behind them, and emitting radiation in front of them, they would ablate away. They would be slowed tremendously by interstellar gases and dust. They're highly unlikely to actually hit anything inhabited. More likely, they would fall into the gravitational pull of a star. And if anything, and they do tend to ablate away. So within a half a light year, they're deliberately designed to ablate away rather quickly after their initial firing. But even if they weren't, they would still be a minimal, if any, risk, if anything. There are things with a lot more kinetic energy whipping around in space already. You got comets and crap out there. That's nothing, you know. But it's a pinprick. I've said this before. On a map of the Milky Way, the size of your that entire confrontation would have filled an area the size of a pinprick. The only reason it was basically, they had to wait until that battle fleet came within decent range before the firing. They're usually emplacements placed in orbit around small solar systems to protect them from things like rogue comets, planetoids, things like that. Random debris and meteor showers, that sort of thing. Having the capacity to that's also the reason it's a scatter shot effect, because that way, instead of using one large projectile, which is going to have a lot more inertia and take a lot longer to stop, they can dust a large area, take out a single target or multiple targets, and have far less risk of any truly serious repercussions if the projectile goes hurtling off into space. To an interstellar civilization, 5 to 10 light years is nothing. Weapon yields of several megatons or gigatons are nothing. They have the stellar lance. They can blow up stars. the reason that they aren't using the stellar lance on these invaders is because they've learned that the invaders in question have entire civilizations of slaves. Plus, blowing up stars tends to annoy the neighbors. Come on, computer. Come on. Stupid thing's just sort of sitting there looking at me. Told I wanted to save the file, and it's going, what? What? I've seen a few episodes of Babylon 5. Not sure really what to think of it. Can't really say if it's my thing or not. Well, I watched more than one or two episodes. I've watched several episodes. Well, let me get back to you on that. Excuse me, just a second. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Feel about 5 pounds lighter. Let's see here. No, that's not it. Whew. What is this saying? Yeah. Babylon 5. It was okay. it got a little bit too much. Convoluted mystery plot thing, like Lost or Twin Peaks. Couldn't really get into it. Everybody had all these pseudo mystic things going on. And everything was supposed to be all gray and ambiguous, and nobody really knows who the good guys are and the bad guys are, and we don't really know. It's just that never really flew. Never really, uh, you know, lit up my world. You know what I'm saying? I'm not big on realpolitik, if you know what I mean. Most of the notion that war makes strange bedfellows, and politics and intrigue, and your ally yesterday is your enemy today, and your enemy yesterday is your ally tomorrow, and conspiracy and Game of Thrones, and oh, by the way, did we mention this mystery plot about time traveling, missing space stations? And I'm like, you know, no, no. Political intrigue just really doesn't, fly with me. It was well made, but it's just not to my taste. I'm a big fan of fire. Flam, 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 flim, flam, the flim, flam, flim, flam, flam. I became a big fan of Firefly. Liked it a great deal. I haven't watched it in a while. I've got it on video. I got the whole series, the whole show, and the movie. But I'll admit, it did have its problems. Not internally so much, but okay. Oh, the space whore. Okay, we could have lived without that. Thank you very much. Yes, you're very grim. You're very realistic and gritty, and you've got a prostitute as one of the main cases. Oh yes, that's. Oh yeah, we needed more of that. Yeah. More high-paid call girls on TV. That's just what the world needed. Yeah. No. From what I understand, though, that he was pressured into it. They told him, you want to do Cowboys in Space? Well, we want you to have a prostitute on there. We want it grim and gritty. We want all that. And he said, fine. And he made an R. He made her a geisha, basically. But really, no. That wasn't. No. That bothered me to no end. Spoiled the enjoyment. Just source of spoiling the enjoyment for me of the show. They wanted that show to fail. They wanted it to fail, and Joss Whedon still managed to make it work. And but they managed to finally torpedo him. Get the idea. They're supposed to not be nice people. They're supposed to be outlaws. But there's a limit to how much we'll take of the idea of outlaws, and whores do not qualify. Women who get into prostitution, it's the very least that can be said is the most tragic thing you ever saw. These are women whose lives are ruined. And I hate to break it to you, these, at the very least, they are figures of absolute tragedy. And more often than not, the whole hooker with a heart of gold thing. There's a reason that women hate whores. And it's a valid reason. A whore takes something that other women in economics, you say economic terms, oh, that's cold. And I'm like, no, it's reality. It's in economic terms, the prostitute devalues chastity. You say, what do you mean by that? Well, look, when what's this old saying? Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Same principle. Why buy the cow when you can just go out and buy a free quart? Buy a quart of half and half whenever you want. Prostitutes. Sexual relations, sex, is part of the package deal of marriage. Physical, sexual intimacy with another person. A lifetime of devotion. But it is part of the package. You marry her, you raise, you go out and club the saber-toothed tiger and drag it home. She makes a rug out of it and throws what's left in the pot and raises the kids, And then you go roll up in that tiger skin rug with her later, That's not callous, that's reality. That sex is part of the barter, as it was, for lack of a better term, that goes into the marriage contract. You only for her, her only for you. But over on the side, you got a prostitute offering offering sexual contact at a discount rate. One of the things that makes marriage effective is that the price of sexual intimacy is, with marriage, fidelity. But when men can get sex without fidelity, that cheapens everything else that the would-be wife has to offer. And prostitutes, the whole hooker with a heart of gold thing. Sorry, these women are out there willingly sleeping with men that have wives. They are ruining young men for their future wives. And no, there's nothing heroic or tragically noble about it. Part of a society's survival depends upon its determination to treat sex as something having a certain amount of sanctity. When it treats it like a purchasable commodity, that starts the civilization's downfall. This is why prostitution has been illegal in the wiser countries. Both men and women have to accept the verdict that sexual relations is inseparable from emotional intimacy and lifelong fidelity. We've seen the consequences when sex is cheapened. Our society is slowly bleeding to death through the wounds left behind by it. Of course, this is only to be expected of any society that openly rejects God the way ours has. A society that rejects God is going to reject everything else that comes with it. The morality, the principles, the virtues. America has come further than any other nation in the history of the world. Whether you're talking, culture, technology, scientific advancement, prosperity. And it is not an accident. It is not luck. It is the fact that we were a Christian nation, and we espoused Christian values. You hear a lot of these atheists come out. You say that, and some atheists somewhere will come out. Oh no, we don't need to be we don't need your Jeebus to be good people. We don't need your religion to be good people. If I needed a religion to be a good person, then I'm not really a good person. If I needed to be, if I needed a big bully God to stand over me and threaten me and push me around to make me be a good person, then I'm not really a good person. Blah 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 blah. Horse apples. Horse apples. All right? You take a Christian. A Christian is a Christian whether he's a Christian in Greece, Paris, France, China, or the United States. He'll have the same general values, the same general beliefs, the same morals and principles. He will have, he will be able to relate to other Christians regardless of where they come from. Atheists, on the other hand, this is observable. An atheist in a Muslim country is going to have a surprising resemblance in his philosophies, beliefs, and values to the Muslims in the area. An atheist who was raised in a Judeo-Christian society will, unsurprisingly, have Judeo-Christian values. How very intriguing. The average atheist will have more in common with the religious community around him than he will have with other atheists from around the world. That's unsurprising because in the end analysis, atheism as a philosophy provides no moral backbone. It provides no moral structure. You cannot go from God is dead and come up with, you cannot go from there is no God and come up with a system of ethics. You can only go with what you already have. And what you already have is whatever you're going to be raised in and around. And they can talk about it all they want. They can deny it all they want. But we've seen what happens. Atheists can be moral and ethical and virtuous people, but it's not because of their beliefs. Rather, their lack of belief in a God. They get their they have an ethical structure, but they have no reason for it. Why do you behave this way? Because it's virtuous. Why do you believe it's virtuous? Because it's good. And circular logic. They've got no foundation. They've got no foundation. And we've seen what happens when you take an atheist or a bunch of atheists and put them at the top of the power structure. When they are the most powerful individuals in the nation, in the civilization, and everybody else answers to them, all those traditional values they had yesterday go right off the rails. Communist Russia, atheist government, and millions dead. 10 times the number of people killed by Russia alone, by their own government, than were killed by Nazi Germany. That way, Nazi Germany even counting all the ones they killed in the course of their war. Communist China, same story. North Korea, same story. Vietnam, same story. The French Revolution. Now, there was people forget that one of the first things they did, their goal was to strangle the last king with the entrails of the last priest. In those words. They deliberately went out, they desecrated churches, held orgies in them. The ruling class went out. They had decided they were going to remove every trace. Isn't it interesting? The same story in whether you're talking the Soviet Union, China, or Nazi Germany. The first thing they go out and try and burn all the books to erase history. And they did the same thing in the French Revolution. Their goal was to eradicate any trace of the old way. To the point that they were sitting down seriously discussing how to change the names of the day of the week. Or whether they should have an entirely different number of days in a week. To remove all, because when you have a 7-day week, that's a reference to on the 7th day he rested. And isn't it interesting how we're doing the exact same thing in our culture? On a side note, that we're doing the same thing in our culture because we don't want to offend. We can have no reference. They were trying. They went out and burned things for the same reason. For the enlightenment of man, for the betterment of society, to liberate man from the chains of the old ways. And in our culture, it's so that we no longer offend people of different cultures with our flag or with our Jesus or with our crosses. Tear down those memorials with crosses on them. Tear down those Bible verses. Tear down those 10 Commandments. We need to erase our own past to keep from being offensive. Our country is going through the French Revolution in slow motion. But you take an atheist, and in every culture where atheism took the stand, took the highest power. Right now, yes, they claim that there are several atheist countries in the world where there's a large majority of atheists or agnostics. Well, first of all, I got to point out, it doesn't always happen all at once. In fact, Germany did not wake up one morning and go, whoops, we're Nazis today. It was a long decline. They say Australia has the highest percentage of people self-proclaimed atheists. But I guarantee you, they came from a Judeo-Christian background. They came from a Judeo-Christian country. They were settled by people from a Judeo-Christian country. We've got people in this country who say that America isn't a Christian country, that we're not a Christian nation. But I guarantee you the people on the street would beg to differ. The decline doesn't the fall doesn't happen all at once. Atheist regimes have killed millions of people in the 20th century alone. Now, I'm sure that the Muslims are giving them a run for their money. But think about this. This is, the 20th century was the first time that atheism got its meat hooks into some real physical, material, government, and military power. And in one century, they made up for the previous 10. Everybody likes to talk about the Inquisition and the witch hunts and all that. They went back and they did the real numbers for once. The actual number of executions in the Inquisition was something like 1 or 2 a year. Stretch that out over a century, it gets ugly. Just the numbers adding up. Atheism has killed more people than the Crusades, more people than the Spanish Inquisition. It has dealt death on the orders of tens of millions. You got these fools running around talking about how Christianity was supposedly, or religion in general, was this slaughterhouse. It's stupid on the face of it. These same people who talk about how religion has killed so many people, you'll never hear them evaluate just how many times Christianity has personally benefited them. You'll never hear them talk about the Salvation Army. You'll never hear them talk about the charities or the work of missionaries in the field who bring out medicine and learning and education to people stranded out in the middle of the most godforsaken wildernesses known to man. You'll never hear them talk about that. They want to blame, they just want to tar Christianity with the same brush. Not all religions are made equal, and not all religions are the same thing. You take you just run out and randomly grab a bunch of religion. You grab Islam and Confucianism and Christianity and throw them all together and then count the numbers as if they were all identical, as if they all said the same thing, as if their followers followed all the same practices. As dishonest in the extreme. Christianity. People have done terrible things in the name people have done terrible things in the name of Christ and in the name of God and in the name of Christianity. But what's always ignored is that those people that did those things were as far away from the values of the Holy Bible as they were from common moral decency. And more so. People also forget that common general secular decency owes its roots to Christianity. It was a Christian society that was the first to protest against slavery. It was a Christian civilization that was the first one where the slave-owning class protested against slavery and even went to war to end it. Meanwhile, every other civilization on Earth, slavery was just one of those things. Nobody objected to it except maybe the one at the other end of the chain. And even then, the ones at the end, the slaves in the cages and on the ends of the chains were more than likely to go off. They were more than likely to have been slave owners themselves at one point. One of the things they don't tell you about prior to the Civil War is that many of the slaves who escaped and fled north, they would go off and get slaves of their own. And no, not to free them, to own them. Because that was the morality. That was the common morality. Christianity has been responsible for what most people call common moral decency today. Because prior to the spread of Christianity, the things we call common moral decency weren't even a notion. Decent, respectful treatment of women? Not even a concept. The sanctity of life, protecting children. It was standard practice. You think abortion is something new? Back in the Dark Ages, in Rome, in Greece, in medieval Europe, pre-medieval Europe, it was perfectly common for people to throw unwanted children off a cliff or leave them lying out exposed to the elements to die. Hell, there were so many civilizations where they sacrificed their children. This is why Abraham was tested with Isaac. Because up until that point, Abraham lived in a world where all the surrounding civilizations routinely practiced child sacrifice. It wasn't when he was told by God to sacrifice his son Isaac. It was as much to show him that just how different the true God was from all these pagan gods. Because when the altar was set up, he spared he stopped Abraham's hand, spared Isaac's life, and provided a replacement. It was a very, shall we say, a less than subtle way to hammer home a picture of what the Messiah was going to be as well. But first and foremost, it established that God was different from the idols. That Jehovah was different from the pagan gods all around. One of the ongoing proofs of the claims of the Bible is the simple reality that many of the principles and even the humble mundane stuff in the Old Testament were contrary to the common wisdom. The idea of personal hygiene and sanitation. This was in a day when the most advanced civilization on Earth, Egypt, had gone around teaching that they would do things like rub animal dung on open wounds to help to medicate them, and just unbelievably nasty. This was science. This was the wisdom of the healers. You didn't question that any more than you questioned the low carb diet that the doctors in the white robes preach today. They went in there and teaching that you were to wash your clothes, that hygiene and washing your hands and washing dishes and keeping things set aside when they were contaminated until they were determined to be clean. Quarantines, all these things. They were literally thousands of years ahead of their time. And in fact, a lot of the reason that there were so many terrible plagues throughout the Dark Age, throughout the medieval period in Europe, is because they started ignoring that advice. What, you want to be washing yourselves all the time like those Jews? It made things hard for the Jews because the Jews were avoiding getting infections and diseases. The Jews, because they kept hygiene, were not getting infected by the plague, and naturally the rest of the Europeans were going, use this as an excuse to claim that the Jews had been poisoning wells and causing the plague that way. That was how ignorant people were. The old saying, the proof of the old saying was, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof of the claims of the Bible are in their practicing. Christian biblical values on everything from the spiritual to the humble and practical have proven themselves over and over and over and over and over again, even when the common wisdom was the exact opposite, and it was considered absolute folly. To do otherwise. And our society thrived. America thrived because it practiced the virtues and the traditions and the morals and the ethics of the Bible. Not perfectly, oh God knows. But we accepted, for the longest time, for centuries, from its founding, America accepted Christian values as the default. And as terribly as Europe did, Europe still did better than any other civilization around it, because Europe at least gave a passing nod, lip service at worst, but a passing nod at least to the idea that the Bible's values were the final word. Of course, they didn't listen to the Bible nearly as much as they listened to the Pope, which says everything you need to know about the influence of the Catholic Church. But they still came out better. And America came out better. But America has become a post-Christian society. And the follies of the past are happening again. We've got an entire civilization of people who think they're too smart for God. And it's going to cost us horribly. It's already starting to cost us. Every last one of the grievances and sufferings and problems that are afflicting our country are because we decided to do things other than how God told us in the Bible were the best ways. The Bible said neither a borrower nor a lender be. What we've got is civilization. Our nation literally runs on credit. Our monetary system is literally run on credit. That's what fiat currency is. It's where they print paper, call it money, pretend real hard, and hope that the bill never catches up with you. You think that's an exaggeration? I can go into detail about fiat currency and how it works, or rather how it doesn't. But suffice it to say, when real currency is when the money commodity, whether you're talking gold, where it's backed by gold or silver or corn or well, anything really. But that's real money. When real money has to have certain properties. It has to be fungible. It has to have a stable amount. It has to retain value. That's why gold has been the most common form of currency throughout human history. Because it's fairly rare. People, for whatever reason, humanity decided it likes gold. Probably because it's soft, malleable, shiny. It doesn't corrode, which means that you don't have to worry about sticking it in a bag and it turning into rust while your back's turned. And even with gold mines popping up anywhere, it still is a fairly stable in amount. Now, fiat currency is where money is only valuable because the government says it is. It's they stop backing it off. Regular commodity currency is backed. Originally. Well, let's put it this way: the British pound. The reason the British pound is called a pound is because it was backed by silver, and a British pound was basically a receipt for 20 sterling ounces, or 1 sterling pound of silver. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle. But and this is a big but. It's a huge but. It's the heaviest but you have ever seen. The British government went on fiat currency. And the paper sterling started losing value. It's been 300 years. This is the longest lasting fiat currency in the history of the world, is the British pound. But it has lost 98% of its value. You went out 300 years ago. You had 20 ounces of sterling silver in the bank, and they gave you a little slip of paper that was for 1 British pound. And suppose you took that British pound and stuck it in the piggy bank back home. And 300 years later, somebody cracked open that piggy bank and pulled out that sterling and pulled out that paper pound. In that time, it's as if 19 and a half. It's as if over 19 and a half of those ounces of silver had vanished. That's what fiat currency does. It leaks. Well, basically what it is that the money doesn't the value doesn't just vanish. It gets transferred. The process of making fiat currency transfers the value to the one printing the money. It's the same principle as if, let me paint a picture for you. You give somebody $100. They take that $100 and they go home and they use their printer to print out another $100. So they have 100 real dollars and 100 paper dollars. 100 fake dollars. But you can't tell the difference. And they come back and they go, "Oh, here's your $100 back," and they give you 50 real dollars and 50 and 50 fake dollars back. And then they go out and they spend the real money on themselves. They just got $50 free off you. In fact, they've got $100 free because they spend the fake money too. And suppose you went on like this every year, over and over and over, and you kept giving them, you kept giving them $100 at a time. They kept giving you 50 real dollars and 50 fake dollars every time. Pretty soon, more and more of your money is going to be fake dollars. And they're going to have spent all the, everybody else will have, piles and piles of paper. They'll have all the stuff that they bought with it. And there'll be, and everybody will have tons of paper, but everything will cost more than it's worth. A simpler example would be this fiat currency phenomenon has been going on for about since 5,000 years ago. The most common stated example is ancient Greece. They used gold coins, but because they were trading with all sorts of, they had military endeavors going on way out in the boonies, and they had traders going out, tradesmen going out and trading with other countries, and more of their gold was ending up in other countries. It's being spent as money and people bringing back goods. And now, if they had had any common sense, they would have realized eventually those people are going to have to spend that gold someplace, which means they'd come back to Greece and spend it there. But they panicked. All they could see was the gold going out the front door. So what they did, every time they took in gold in taxes, they would melt down the gold coins and cut them with copper. And they did this over and over and over. And each time the coins would go out, they would have a little bit less gold in them. Until eventually, People stopped accepting them because they realized they're fake money. Fake money. That's what fiat currency is. The government stops tying the dollar to any amount of gold or silver or any other commodity and just starts printing money. And the consequences bite them in the ass. Rather, it bites us in the behind because, hey, they don't have to worry about nothing. Because they're the ones with all the money, all the real money. Originally, we had a basic policy: $20 a $20 bill, printed $20 bill, had to be backed by $20 worth of gold, by a specific amount of gold in in Fort Knox and elsewhere. They didn't keep it all in Fort Knox, but then we started, we didn't have enough gold we wanted. So a president came along who said, okay, we'll ease this up a little bit. You can print $50 for every $20 worth of gold and spend it just like real money, just like it was real gold. And so we started doing that, and the value of the dollar dropped. And then in the 1960s, Nixon took us off the gold standard. And let's put it this way. In the last 100 years, the American dollar has lost 95% of its value. In 100 years. All fiat currencies have this same problem. They go the same way. Why? Because it's not real money. It's fake. They are taking the value, the government and the banks take value out of the dollar and convert it to themselves and give us back empty paper. Every dollar, in fact, is basically an IOU on taxes that haven't even been paid yet. Every dollar printed comes with its own debt. And that's why the debt ceiling will never stop going up, because if it stops going up, if they put a lockdown on the debt ceiling, the whole system will collapse, because they can't print money. They can't print money without borrowing based on IOUs on taxes that haven't been paid yet. It's a real messy system. But it all boils down to, basically our country runs on credit. On money that we've never earned yet. And the amount of money we would need to earn to square things away grows larger by the second, literally. And the only reason we can keep doing this is every dollar bill is an IOU. And that can only go on until somebody decides, okay, we aren't going to take any more of your IOUs. They're worthless here. And it is shaping up to happen very soon. We've already had our national credit rating drop from AAA to AA. Meanwhile, China, Russia, and India are all buying up every ounce of gold and silver they can lay their meat hooks on. China in particular is literally buying as much gold. China alone, by itself, is buying as much gold as all the gold mines in the world produce annually. So as fast as the gold comes out of the ground, they're buying it up. That's China. And China, once gold and silver go into that country, they never come out. America, on the other hand, we are literally have no gold left. It's all owned by other countries. And there's a good proof that they've been covering it up. But we're out of silver too. And the prediction is that the People's Republic of China is going to come out probably as early as this December and say that they are going to buy. They are going to offer paper cash, for any gold. The estimate is that they are going to offer at least triple the going price for gold, which they will pay for in paper. They are going to go on a gold standard. It's the only reason that they are buying so much gold right now. They're going to go on a gold standard, and we and the rest of us are going to be left with the hideous realization that we have no real money left. For a short while now, gold and silver have been dropping. Anybody that knows, one of the things that economists say is that one of the signs right before a huge round of hyperinflation is for a short while the price of gold will drop, and then it comes roaring back. The closest analogy I can come up with is a tidal wave, a tsunami. One of the last signs you get when a tsunami is coming in is that the tide goes out and out and out and out. When you see the shoreline recede that far, when you see the tide go out like that, that's the time to run, because that means is here comes the tidal wave. And if you do not get to high ground, you are going to die. This happens with every fiat currency, without exception. The longest lived fiat currency in the history of the world is the British pound, which has lasted 300 years. The average lifespan of a fiat currency is something around 5 months. That's the average. Our country is going to go into a major economic collapse, and very soon, because we have been fundamental principle. You do not spend money you do not have. It's an old principle. It's an old biblical principle. You don't do that. You don't be neither a borrower nor a lender be. Ow. Ankle. And we've been running on credit since we've been running entirely on IOUs since the 1960s. Our money has lost 95% of its value over the past 100 years, and most of that in the past 50. We have been on pure fiat currency, which is nothing but IOUs on unpaid taxes from the future. Our economy thrived, but for the same reason that a teenager who's been given an unlimited credit card and the keys to the liquor cabinet is living the high life over the weekend while his parents are gone. When the credit card bill shows up, the party's going to be over with a crash. Ooh, beg your pardon. Why? Because we stopped. Our nation thought that those old values, those old fuddy-duddy Christian values, didn't matter anymore. Look at the state of marriage. I want to punch people and say, "Oh well, they start stumping for gay marriage, and you point out that this will be destructive to the institution of marriage, and they say, "Oh well, yeah, well, what about divorce? You don't care about divorce, do you? What about this?" Great. So their concept is that we've already, the horse is already limping. Let's break its leg just to make sure. I swear. Our society, well, we made, we brought in cheap, quick, easy divorce. And look at what happened. We pushed for, in the 60s, they pushed for free love. If they'd only seen the price tag. Our society is a post-Christian society, and pretty soon it's going to be a post-everything society. We let criminals run loose in our streets. We will not punish people who break the law or who kill and who steal and who hurt others. We'll be all over people for smoking a cigarette or using a derogatory term for a race. But, when it comes to, murder, we don't care. We kill our own children at a rate that would make Adolf Hitler blush. Millions a year. What was the estimate? 11 million a year? Or was it total was 11 million? Millions, period. And who's going to jail? The pro-life protesters. That's who goes to jail. We got people who are dedicating their lives to tearing down any reference to God. Oh, they don't care about the Muslim God. They don't care about any of the other religions. But Christianity, gotta get that one out. Gotta get that one out. Man of constant sorrow. Let's see here. Let's see here. Terrible thing is that it's who pick these things. It's never the ones who cause the problems who pay the price for it. It's their children and grandchildren. Okay. Getting a little chilly in here. Let me turn on my heater here. Got a little electric heater by my feet. It's not gotten cold enough where it's like freezing at night yet. I'm pleased to announce that I managed to buy myself a little propane heater, which I will be using this winter. I just need to save up a little more money. Next little bit of money comes in, I was going to be going out to the hardware store buying a couple of propane tanks, little 20-pounders, or 20-gallon, 20-pounder, I don't know. and an adapter kit so I can plug them in. And that shall keep my buttocks from freezing. It's going to be a hard winter. Very hard. My best advice to anybody right now, don't put money in a bank. It won't save you. What good, you could have $1 million bankroll. And what good does it do you if a loaf of bread is $500? Invest your money in actual useful material goods. Stock yourself up on food, clothing, medicine, personal hygiene products. If you go to the Mormons, have several websites out on general advice on how to stockpile for a year. It's a Mormon theological principle that they are to keep their houses stocked with food and supplies for at least a full year for every member of their household. I think it's a crying shame that it isn't a tradition in the Christian denominations. I think it's a crying shame that Baptists don't do this. I think it's a crying shame that everybody doesn't do it. But that's one of the things I am impressed with about them, is that, son of a gun, they're prepared. Spend your money on useful things. You might want to purchase some actual, purchase some silver coin, gold coin, if you can, because that will become fungible, quite easy to spend after the collapse. But you're also very good off if you buy yourself tools, food, clothing, shelter, over-the-counter medicines, vitamins, hygiene products, tools that you know how to use, and even a few that you don't. And various things that you probably can figure on being very valuable to trade. The coffee would be a good start, because with an economic collapse, coffee is going to go. The price is going to go through the roof. From what I understand, the coffee, chocolate as well. Not just because of financial issues, but the cocoa bean crop is apparently at some risk at this point. They're having some troubles with that, and it's looking like the price of cocoa and chocolate is going to go through the roof. Hazelnuts as well. The price of Nutella is about to go through the roof. They've had a real bad hazelnut year. Even if you don't drink coffee, keep a few cans handy, because there are a lot of people who do, and they are going to be willing to trade anything. Gasoline, I think keeping your tank full and keeping some spare tanks, spare cans full wouldn't be a bad idea. But I'm not really sure how long the stuff lasts, or how long you can store it. I do know that it doesn't keep forever. It turns to varnish. Just saving money is good only if money retains its value. And the dollar is literally the people in charge of our government are pushing it towards a collapse, and they see the cliff edge coming and they are accelerating. We've got a government that spent $1 trillion. We crossed over into the $1 trillion range under the Obama administration. We're not going back. They are under the sadly mistaken impression that because they are so wealthy and powerful that it's not going to affect them as well. A lot of self-anointed tyrants are under that mistaken notion. They end up dangling from lampposts. Is going to, and if you don't have a gun, buy one. Buy yourself plenty of ammunition. Because there's nothing stupider than saving up supplies for an emergency and having no way to protect them. You're just saving them up for whoever comes along who has a gun. And whatever you do, don't tell anybody where you keep it. Not your family, not your friends, not the government, not nobody. Because they can't confiscate what they can't find. This sounds like all doomsaying. I'm not. This is pragmatic preparation. Now, I can't do very much preparation myself because over the course of the years I've managed to bunge up my life quite nicely, screw myself over in a dozen different ways, and so I'm living hand to mouth, and I probably will be until the day I die. Stay in school, kids. Well, actually, don't. If you can find an alternative to public school, take it. Because the butt clowns that are running it, they're not interested in educating you or preparing you for life as an independent adult. They want a dependent welfare monkey out of you. Aren't I just a ray of sunshine? Yay. Don't take a vocational course, take an apprenticeship, take an internship, learn actual career skills, learn actually how to do something, hands-on. Learn how to take care of yourself. If you got a little plot of land, if you if you even if you don't, you can buy garden seeds. You can grow food in window boxes. I'll tell you this straight. I wish to God I had the I wish to God I had the health and the gumption to even to take my own advice, because oh, I did not. I did edit, undo perfectum, undo resize. I'm not supposed to resize them. Effects, perfectum. There we go. Look, there was a time when stockpiling a year's worth of food in your basement was not called paranoia. It was called life. Every generation does it. Our forefathers did that. Pioneers. It was in it was frontiersmen, the settlers. It was a standard practice. You canned and stored and saved up, not just to get through the winter, get as far as you could. We live in a time of incredible plenty where every last one of us should be perfectly capable of stockpiling enough food to last us each years without a massive outlay of cash. Every last one of us should be perfectly capable of stockpiling enough food to last us for at least a couple of years. Just spending a little extra with each paycheck. Just, buying some canned goods, buying some flour, buying beans and rice, and setting aside medicine, all this stuff. I'm living hand to mouth, and I've managed to put aside a few things. I've got a couple of barrels of, buckets actually. The plastic buckets with the seal-on lids. I've got 2 of those full of flour. I'm using one right now, for cooking and baking, and I'm not even I'm not only halfway through it, and the other one's still stored away, just all saran wrapped up and everything. That's survival. I've got beans, and I've got rice, and I've got canned, not very much canned food, but when it comes down to it, I won't starve. I may have trouble digesting what I make, but I do. I don't know what it is. It's everything I cook is just. I make pancakes and I get heartburn. That ain't right. I exaggerate a little bit. I can cook. I can cook edible stuff. Uh, it's just, I'm no cordon bleu. You know what's really sad? Have you ever watched the movie? Have you ever watched the movie Ratatouille? Ratatouille. It's a great movie. It's actually it'll make you sit there and food, you know, and it's very very well done. It's uh, uh, they managed to communicate the idea of to get across the message of what it's like to be a gourmand, to be a gourmet, to be devoted not just to making edible food, but to making great works of great works of art as food, and food as an art. And they have one point where the antagonist, a food critic, he compares, he mocks a chef by comparing him to Chef Boyardee. The sad thing is that Chef Boyardee, the real Chef, is a real person. Real person, Chef Boyardee was. He came over, he was from Italy, and he came over to America. He was a cordon bleu. I don't know if he was an actual member of the cordon bleu, which is a French one, but he was a world-class chef. He was. And his restaurant just went great guns. And people were taking home little pails, little buckets of his special sauce because it was so delicious. They were begging him for it, and and people approached him and said, we could make this a big franchise, and he did. That was the story of his success. And in fact, the whole spelling, I have no idea what the original Italian spelling was, but they spelled it out that way so people could pronounce it. Chef Boyardee himself taught people to say it that way, and for a long time, even after they took up canning and bottling the stuff, and he was up until for many years high quality stuff. But then he stopped being in charge of quality control, and it went downhill, and Chef Boyardee became what it is today. And it's kind of sad. It's a little bit of heartbreak there that his legacy has been, his real legacy of making wonderful food has been forgotten. Now he's basically remembered for heartburn in a can. How tragic, I'm serious. I love ravioli. I love their ravioli and their tortellini, but if I eat it, heartburn, acid reflux, bleh, I really recommend, I love Pixar movies. Ratatouille is absolutely brilliant. It's hysterical, too, is because the way they illustrate how food tastes is so brilliant. My favorite, the antagonist, the food critic comes in and he challenges him to to serve him one dish that and ratatouille. What you have to understand, ratatouille is not gourmet food. It is not high class. It is like your mama's macaroni and cheese. And serving ratatouille in a 4-star restaurant, uh, you might as well no. Well, they serve it to him. And they and the rat and the chef, they make the ratatouille, and they serve it to him, and he brings it out and they bring it on a plate, and he just gives it a little, he just turns his nose up and he takes a little bite of it, and whoop, it switches to a backflash, a flashback of him. Camera whoosh pans out, and there he is, as a sad little boy going home, with where he'd fallen off his bicycle and broken the front wheel. He's all sad and sniffly, and his mama's waiting there for him, and she makes him some ratatouille, and and he sits down, and just as and he takes a bite, and the camera zooms back in, and there's the food critic sitting there, just the stunned look on his face, and his lower lip just sort of gives a little quiver, and he just lights into that ratatouille like it was like no tomorrow. And that was so amazing. That was so awesome. It was so great. The taste of home. Not a word said. Nothing could communicate the idea of the taste of mom's home cooking. Just beautifully done. The Pixar people, they know how to tell the story. They know how to get the idea across. And I'm so envious. I'm envious. I want to hunt them down and eat their hearts and steal their magic powers. But they had another scene. Is so brilliant. The villain. The real villain, not just the antagonist, the chef, the little shrimpy chef that got fired, he sneaks back in for the grand opening of the restaurant, and he's trying to figure out the secret, and he sees the critic order the ratatouille, and he orders the ratatouille, and he's furious, he's furious, he can't figure out what went wrong, He got fired. He got shut out of this, opportunity of a lifetime with this restaurant. And he takes he takes a bite. He just glares at it. He takes a bite. And his expression of absolute bliss comes across his face. And then he's like, "Arr!" And he runs off. And he comes back, takes another bite before he runs back. It was such a brilliant example of the art of the movie, the art of making a movie, the art of making a cartoon, the art of illustration, the art of communicating an idea. And the whole idea was, throughout the movie, excellent food, and it came across so well. And me sitting there with my home-cooked pasta going, blue. Okay, this picture is done. And save as PNG. We save it as a ping. And we mail it out to him. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, Space Ranger 17, yeah. Let's see. This page did not turn out as well as I sort of rushed the last panel. I it's aggravating when you have to draw a lot of, yeah, these gun-toting marshmallows. Somebody compared it to, yeah. Oh, let's see here. Okay. This is me jumping around, just checking a few things. Order confirmation. How do you do? What did I order? Oh, yeah. Got a free game. That's right. In case you didn't know, I'm a My Little Pony junkie. I'm sure that thrills you to death. What is this? Okay. The anime fake. Every time a new fandom comes out, oh, they're perverts. Okay, the anime fans come out, oh, they're all perverts. They're tentacle porn perverts. And the furry fans come out, oh, they're all furry perverts. And then the My Little Pony fans come out, oh, they're all little pony perverts. And have you ever considered the possibility that maybe just a lot of people are perverts? By default. It gets old. Everybody just seems to do the same thing. The new group of guys comes out, fandom forms, and everybody dumps on them. It's tired. Of course, the fandoms never seem to learn. They can't seem to keep their own noses clean. The same mistakes every time. Okay, they keep letting the same things happen over and over again. They think that because they look, okay, it's like this. Fandoms are formed by people with eccentric interests. People with eccentric interests tend not to be the most evenly socialized people. They're not the best socialized people. They're bad with social norms and customs and tend to be weirdos. They get together, they form a group, and they think that they are no longer obligated to the societal norms of society around them. We're here all among friends. We can let our freak flag fly. And they lose all self-restraint. And those that do have restraint go, oh, well, I don't want to be a hateful excluder. I'll just let them do whatever they want. and just keep quiet about it. Same story every time. I don't expect the world to be perfect. I don't expect a lost world to even be excessively good. But sometimes I'm just so tired and frustrated of not being, the only people you can rely on to be halfway decent in public are a Sunday school group, and even then you're in for you're gambling. One of my donors is, I'm running a Kickstarter, in case you were wondering, for anybody else. Kickstarter.com. Okay. I'm running a Kickstarter. It's called A Year of Questerverse. If I can get it to open up. Okay. The goal is that I'm going to, if I meet my goal for Kickstarter, I will spend a year producing 2 graphic novels. One of each. One for Tales of the Questor, one a Space Ranger. 100 pages each, full color. That will be published through indieplanet.com. I want to produce and publish 2 100-page graphic novel volumes, one of each webcomic, by the end of 2015. Donors, everybody who pledges will receive a free digital copy of the completed volumes. People who pledge $50 or more will get a print copy of both the completed volumes, and those who pledge $100 or more will get a signed copy. A copy signed by me, the artist, of both the completed volumes. The goal, I've already raised $1,000, a little over $1,000. 27 backers. I got 55 days to go. The goal is $20,000. Because the costs will primarily be going towards printing the books that will be shipped out as rewards to the donors. Also, printing, shipping, also keeping the utilities running, internet, electricity, and buying, fresh bedding and food pellets for the artist. After I figure that after all the expenses, taxes, and everything, the remainder will be going towards keeping the bills paid and the lights lit. In short, keeping the artist from having a continuity failure. I'll be live streaming as I draw. It comes out to about 4 pages a week. And while I'll be working daily on the pages, and I will be live streaming to YouTube so that everybody can watch my progress, criticize, point, and laugh and mock cruelly, that sort of thing. Right now, like I said, I've got 27 backers so far. Hooray me! Uh, and $1,000 in pledges, which is 1/20th of the final goal. Just so you know. And the reason I say this is because one of my donors, I like this. Their name is Fisher Cut Bait. Far out, man. Eh. But, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. No, I haven't watched the God Is Not Dead movie. No, I haven't. Oh my. I'm all alone here. So Ronry. But, for those of you watching at home or watching the recording, my Kickstarter campaign is A Year of Questroverse. It's under RH Jr. Rock on, people. Tell your friends. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. It is time to roll this ball up and head on home. I wish you all a good night. And I hope to see you all. I hope to see you all again, and bring your friends in tomorrow. Again, 6 p.m. Same bat time, same bat channel. I still have to figure out if I have to get a new. If I have to get a new file, if there's some way to do this so that I only have to update my settings once. But whatever. Okay, I'll catch you all later. I wish you a very good night. Say a prayer for me. Take care.